Alright. There should be a perfect connection. Shouldn't have a problem. At all. I have an idea. To make the stream better, I'm going to get out of that. And I'm just going to use this. Maybe if I just use tropical tidbits, it might work a little bit better. Hold up. And because right now I'm using like a lot of data and yeah, it's just like a lot that we're having to do. It's just so much right now because it hasn't been it has not been very good lately. Today the stream, it didn't go very well. I'm gonna have to get a more powerful computer so it streams more smoothly. Okay, this is what we have with the tropical disturbance. It is continuing to move west and it is expected to make landfall in Venezuela, and then it's going to move over into Colombia early hours of tomorrow. So by this afternoon, it's supposed to move and make its way over Venezuela today, and then by tomorrow, early tomorrow, we'll be making its way over. Early tomorrow morning, it should be over the Western Caribbean. You'll have all day Thursday and most of Friday to be over the Caribbean, to be over the Western Caribbean. So you're already getting a warning that says, please check the current resolution. The resolution is 1600 by 900. Oh, I don't know what to tell you. I don't have a like a freaking powerful. I think it looks absolutely fine. Whatever. Anyway, it's going to move over into the Western Caribbean, and it is going to really intensify into a moderately to a strong tropical storm, and it's expected to make landfall over 60, 70 miles per hour. Is what the intensity is expected to be when it makes landfall. And so heavy rain, gusty winds is going to be expected from portions of northern Venezuela and northeastern Colombia. But as the storm makes landfall in Nicaragua, Friday afternoon. Yeah, Friday I should be able to do a live tropical weather update on that. Because it'd be 2, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I think I should be able to do a live tropical weather update and do live coverage as the storm makes landfall. Because I do have work until 3 p.m. Depending on how fast it's moving, I may or may not be able to do. I might have to make an automated stream as the tropical storm makes landfall there in Nicaragua. I'm just trying to plan things out, figure out, get an idea of what we're gonna have to do, figure out a way to make sure that we do figure out a way and we do have the storm. We do end up streaming about the storm making landfall there in Nicaragua or Costa Rica, depending on how far north and how far south the storm will continue to go. Alright, here is the latest satellite imagery of the tropical disturbance. As you can see, we're still seeing deep thunderstorm activity as the storm continues to make its way farther off into the west. We're still trying this again. Oh Lord. There shouldn't be any kind of lag right now. We should be good. The resolution is wrong, but there's nothing I can do about it because I don't have a 1920 by 1080 or whatever it's called monitor computer thing. It's whatever, so nothing I can do about it. The first night of Trinidad and Tobago meteorological disturbance about the aftermath of potential Tropical Cyclone Two. There were heavy rain and strong winds were seen in the island country, with some damages reported in Tobago. Some electricity and water supply were also disrupted. So I do think that is what we're currently watching right now. The storm is going to continue to move west, and heavy rain and gusty winds are going to continue in Venezuela. I do want to go to windy. And then I do also want to take a look and try to do the satellite, the radar. Could you zoom out? God dang. So this is what we have right here with the radar images right now. I do want to put this into motion and just sort of talk a little bit about what we have in terms of what we're looking at here with radar. Moving relatively slowly. Not sure really what to talk about right now because there's not a whole lot to talk about, given that we are just, kind of watching the development and the conditions deteriorate in portions of northern Venezuela. Kind of wish there was other... I think later today we are going to do a better stream because we're going to kind of wait and do a live update and hopefully have on-air... I don't want to say on-air meteorologist, but an on-air weather presenter is what we're going to have. So we're going to show some tweets on the stream. I have to actually open up Discord, so hopefully nothing crashes, because that would really suck, right? We don't want anything crashing. Ooh, I'm tired. Oh, well, it's called having a job. Not really. I don't have a job yet because I'm not getting paid. But we are very, very close to monetization. Pretty incredible stuff. Why won't this open up? Please don't lag on me. God dang it. I'm going to try to get this to come up, but if it doesn't work and there's nothing I can do about it, I'm going to try my best. Why won't Discord open up? What the hell? Discord won't open, so I can't actually show the tweets. God, my life's falling apart right now. It feels like. So, I'm just going to continue to talk a little bit about what we have. Really not a lot to talk about, because I think we do best when we have on-air live presenters talking with everyone, and answering people's questions and stuff while we kind of explain and get an idea of what's going on. Also, if you want to be part of the Hurricane Watch team, let us know. We would really, really appreciate it and everything. Yeah, it's not working. I can't pull up. At the moment, I do not have the ability to pull up Discord, but I'm going to talk a little bit more about the conditions that we are seeing in portions of northern Venezuela. As you can see, there's some moderate, and really some of the more moderate rain is still, you can really see there, you can kind of see it rotating there off the coast. But not a whole lot of super heavy rain, nothing super crazy at all. Some moderate rain is going to be possible throughout the rest of the day. However, I do think some of the more heavy rain is it's going to take time because it still has to develop. What? Thing. Yeah, sorry about that. It was off center and it was bothering me. But like I was saying, we are going to see more. We're going to see more heavy rain throughout the day. We're going to see gusty winds, up to 45-mile-per-hour wind gusts. If the center of circulation does move over your area, do expect to see those winds be about 35 to 40 miles an hour. Nothing super duper crazy in terms of winds like that, but heavy rains are going to be big problems. This is moving pretty quickly, so this shouldn't last this won't be an all-day thing. Currently, it's clipping along at about 30 miles per hour to the west, and soon it should be making its way through portions of northern Venezuela, and then eventually making its way into areas of Colombia. So I am going to go over to satellite right now and just kind of take a look at what we got here. So as you can see, we do have deep thunderstorm activity with this system. It isn't moving very, very fast. It isn't moving very, very slow, which is a good thing. Because if it was, it would bring a lot more rain, and the threat of flooding would be significantly higher. I do believe right now the threat of flooding is still moderate, but it's not going to stall like Harvey or Dorian or Florence. Some of just to name a few. I do think this is mainly going to move through. You're going to get moderate rain. I don't expect anything super duper heavy. I think most of that super heavy rain is staying off to the north of this off the coast. But some light to moderate rain will occur throughout most of the day, and I think the moderate rain are going to come in waves, one time every other hour or so. You have a wave of heavy rain, and then it's going to relax, and then another wave, not heavy rain but moderate rain, a wave of moderate rain, and then it's going to relax, a wave of moderate rain, and then it's going to relax. This is going to continue to move west into Venezuela. Same thing or into Colombia, I should say. Same idea. You're going to have periods of moderate rain, and then it's going to relax. Moderate rain, and it's going to relax. And I don't think you're going to it's going to come in waves. But this thing is clipping along at the west at about 35 miles an hour. 30 miles an hour, 25 to 30 miles an hour to the west. As that happens, as it continues to make its way to the west, it is after it makes its way over Colombia, roughly tomorrow morning, it will make its way into the West Caribbean. All of Thursday and most of Friday, it will have about 36 hours over the Western Caribbean, about a day and a half. By that point, it should be able. It should have the energy should be there. I do believe it's going to slow down significantly. Not significantly like it's going to stall, but it's going to slow down a lot. Unfortunately, I don't know Spanish, and the Spanish speaker who does know a little bit of Spanish, unfortunately, isn't on our live right now. That's something we're trying to work with. We're trying to see if we can get a Spanish speaker on our team to help people understand what's going on with these systems. But unfortunately, we don't have that right now. So that's something we currently just don't have at the moment. But we're going to kind of just continue talking a little bit about what I think is going to happen with this storm. Again, I do think as this makes its way into the Western Caribbean, this is going to intensify significantly, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, and by that point it's going to be approaching Nicaragua and could make landfall with winds of around 70 or so miles an hour. So at that point, wind's going to be a bigger threat. It's going to have moderately strong, it's going to be a strong tropical storm, and also it's going to be bringing those strong, heavy rain. So rain for Western Caribbean in portions of Nicaragua, southern Nicaragua, and northern Costa Rica is going to be a big threat for sure. So we're going to be watching Costa Rica and Nicaragua and see what kind of a threat we will see with that storm, with that area too. Does anyone have any other comments, questions, or concerns? I'm just going to continue talking about what we have with the system. So what we are going to do is I'm just going to go to Twitter. Just Twitter. Unfortunately, I don't know Spanish, and I don't have someone who can translate this for me. I'm going to just do a hashtag. What in the heck? So we do want to do a little hashtag of PTC Two. This is what Andy Hazelton says. Eric Webb, very, 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 I do believe he is a meteorologist. Correct me if I'm wrong. I do believe he is a meteorologist. This is the potential of a tropical development has organized considerably overnight and only verge becoming a tropical cyclone. At the moment, there is no defined evidence for closed and well-defined low-level circulation. You can evidently see that right here. It's still very kind of broad, as you can see right there. As you can see right here, you can see from tropical tidbits, you can kind of tell maybe a low-level circulation trying to tighten up right here, and as the storm's trying to wrap around it, maybe something developing like that. Yeah, in Aruba, it is really starting to, I believe, conditions in Aruba are starting to fall apart. If we go back here, Aruba, I want to say, is this island or this island? It's one of these. It's one of these three islands. I know. I don't. How did I know that? I know, right? Kind of embarrassing. But again, the conditions are just going to start falling apart, and conditions are going to continue to deteriorate as we go into the next several. Over the next several hours, we'll continue to keep y'all updated with the storm and with what the conditions are looking like in the system. So you were saying here in Barquisimeto, I am terribly sorry if I mispronounced that. I already know I did. Venezuela is cloudy, no wind, only rains. So I assume that's in northern Venezuela. I don't know specifically what part of Venezuela that is, but I assume that's northern Venezuela. But yeah, there's not a lot of heavy rain over northern Venezuela, but do expect over time light rain, and we may even see portions of where we could see moderate rain. That's a possibility where we could also see more moderate rain too over the next several hours. Just expect waves of moderate rain. Nothing super duper crazy, I don't think. Just based on what I'm seeing here with the satellite imagery, you can currently see the convection moving over every once in a while. You can see bursts of convection right off the coast, and it moves right over northern Venezuela, so you do have some of those heavier rains. I do think the closer to the coast you are, the northern coast of Venezuela, the more likely you're going to see more of these heavier rains expected. If you take a look at visible, this is what we got. You can see a little bit of rotation there. You can see at the low levels of the atmosphere right there, you can kind of see it rotating. And that's the center circulation really starting to develop and beginning to rotate. And I do think the storm could become a tropical cyclone. We're still not there yet. It's still broad, and it's not tightened enough, and it's got to tighten up, and it's got to close off that center circulation and become more organized. But I do believe that this will happen. We will see this tighten off, and it'll become more organized. And we do think this storm is going to become tropical storm Bonnie here in the next several hours. We're waiting, and we do expect that to occur. Does anyone have any comments, questions, concerns, anything they want to say? We are here. We will answer your questions. We will answer anything that y'all have questions about. Idea of what kind of conditions you're going to see. Aruba, in Aruba. Let me just go windy. I want to say... I'm not sure which one Aruba is, and I feel really stupid. In terms of radar, I do want to just pull this up again. I do know Aruba is this Aruba? I really don't want to just download that right now. I'm just like not feeling that right now. But as you can see, there will be rain really throughout the rest of the day, as you can see here. And we do expect those winds to continue to get stronger as the storm does get closer. It does appear right around here. Winds up to 20 miles an hour, with those winds gusting to over 30 miles per hour there in Aruba. So I do believe the winds are going to continue to get stronger and stronger. And I do believe that we are going to see tropical storm force wind gusts are possible in that portion in Aruba. So the biggest threat for Aruba is going to definitely be that flooding. Annie Hazelton is saying that potential Tropical Cyclone 2 is looking a lot more like a tropical cyclone this morning, with concentrated convection and some curved banding. Still tough to tell if it has a closed circulation, though, given the fast forward movement. Oh wow, it's actually really cool. So you can really see the center of circulation just clip the northern bit. Now this is from, I think Zoom Earth posted this. Yeah, animation of forecasted winds as potential Tropical Cyclone 2 tracks past Trinidad and Tobago. That's actually really cool. Zoom Earth. I've not actually used Zoom Earth very much, but it's still a potential tropical cyclone, 40-mile-an-hour winds, and is expected to peak at about 70-mile-an-hour winds. Actually, I want to... I'm going to take a look at this. Okay, so you are in the northern portion of Venezuela. You should be alright because you are much closer to those mountains. And you should be okay with those. Shouldn't be a whole lot of rain for you. Okay, Aruba is right there. That's Curacao. That's Bonaire. Curacao is in the middle. Bonaire is on the right. Aruba is on the left, north of that island, or north of the, looks like an island, northeast of Venezuela. I want to turn this thing off because I don't. So just based on this, you can see how it has two centers of circulation a little bit. There's one here. There's one here. This is the more this one is definitely more dominant, and they do believe this has winds of about 30 to 40 miles per hour here. I do want to look at this does and is expected here over the next several hours to move north a little bit northwest, and then boom, make a little landfall there and continue its track off to the west. So you can see it does make landfall there in Venezuela, and once again, it's the very far western edge of Venezuela, and it moves over into Colombia right there, and there you can see it as I think it just refreshed. So yeah, that is what we were watching. So, watching that rotation happening, I'm going to go back. Today's June 29th. But we can also take a look at satellite because they have high definition satellite, and they also have their own radar, which is actually really, really cool. It's great. So as you can see, in this area, it literally just freaking refreshed. Live satellite, HD satellite. I don't think no one cares what the hell just happened, bro. So, I'm going to put this into motion. So here's Aruba right here. Here's Curacao. Here's Bonaire. I do want to talk a little bit about what we could be seeing in terms of the rain. Now, would you play? That would be great. Honestly, wish this was a lot smoother. Maybe. Oh yeah, it has to like load, and then it will move a little bit more smoothly. But you can see there is some rain in Curacao. Some of those rain bands do look to be falling apart, which is good. But we do have some more rain and more cloud cover making its way through Aruba. There is a band of rain moving towards Aruba right now, with some of those gusty winds. Comments, questions, or concerns, ladies and gentlemen? If you are in the path, make sure you are prepared for the storm. Yes, if you're in the path of this, just make sure you're prepared. Everyone needs at least a gallon of water. Make sure you have your phones charged. Make sure you have any batteries that you need, any kind of power supplies. Make sure they're fully charged, because even though yes, this isn't even classified as a tropical system, that's only because of its structure. That isn't because of the actual conditions it will be bringing. The conditions it will be bringing are tropical storm conditions. You're going to have tropical storm force winds. You may have gusty winds of over 45 miles an hour. Thanks for the update, my dude. Not a problem. But yeah, we're closely monitoring this. Some of this rotation. You can actually see some of the rotation if we move right here. You can see it's like rotating, but it's generally a more broad area. Animation, playback speed. I'm curious how fast we're going. Curious. Waiting for it to load and everything. Waiting. There we go. So you can really see the, you can kind of see it rotating in the, you can see at the bottom down here, something I'm noticing, you can see more rotation happening right down in this area of the storm. Starting to see more rotation. The storm is starting to rotate around the convection and around the low-level center of circulation. So now that we're starting to see that, I think the storm might actually become a tropical cyclone. We could have potential tropical storm Bonnie here in about an hour and 25 minutes or so. We will be getting the next, the next update from the National Hurricane Center is when it's going to come out. Anybody have any comments, questions, or concerns? But yeah, we are watching that. We do have rotation. You can see more rotation in the low-level circulation. I do think the storm has become much more well-defined and looks incredibly more organized right now. Convection still occurring. Not a super huge amount of super duper heavy rain, but pockets of moderate rain and heavier amounts of rain are going to be possible as the storm continues to progress to the west at about 30 miles an hour. So as you can see, we do have this right here, which is something I'm really closely monitoring. This line of showers with moderate rain that is going to move through Curacao. We have an area where we could see some very light rain, some light rain to maybe some moderate rain areas, and that's going to be moving through Aruba also. Just want y'all to notice this. As the storm gets closer, the rain is going to continue to increase over the next several. As the storm continues to move west and gets closer to Curacao and Bonaire and Aruba, the rain rate is going to increase. There'll be heavier amounts of rain over the next several hours. What happens if I put this on the slowest speed? What will this look like? Oh god, I hate how glitchy that looks. Ew. It's like no, don't like it at all. That's disgusting. I actually want to see if I can look at as the storm passed right through Trinidad and Tobago. I wanted to see how this looked as this kind of moved through the entire portion of the Caribbean. I think that would look really cool. Alright. What the fuck? Oh my god, what the hell? So the storm is currently located. Let me give you the current location of the storm. That convection. I remember when I saw that last night on air. This is really what it looked like as the storm just blew up in convection overnight. Wow. It's crazy. Well, there's a storm that moves right over Trinidad and Tobago. They actually still are getting some of the, a little bit, maybe some showers and stuff. So, alright, where's the freaking mouse at? There it is. So this is currently where it is located. It is located right down in this area. It's still got a very broad area of circulation, but it is tightening up. It is moving south of Bonaire and Curacao and Aruba right now. You can kind of see some of that rain making its way towards Aruba. Some of that moderate rain, between light and moderate rain, making its way into over Bonaire right now. Very, very light rain. You can see right here. Light rain over Bonaire, but just to the northwest of Bonaire, we do have moderate and pockets of heavier rain. That's going to move west and move into Curacao, and even Aruba could get some pockets of light to moderate rain as possible. I do think this is going to continue. We're going to see more of this heavier rain continuing to move westward into Aruba, Curacao, Bonaire, and areas. And areas like that for sure. So currently, for me to refresh everything that I'm talking about, is that we're just sort of watching the development of the system as it continues to move west. The next update is going to come out about an hour and 15 minutes from the National Hurricane Center. As we continue to watch this system, I'm going to have to go get breakfast here pretty soon. So I will be playing some music in the background because this is going to be a live coverage. I'm going to be deleting the other stream. So people are like, why are there like two videos that are named the exact same thing, but one's live and one already happened? Because I think this one's going to be a little bit more better. And I will be we'll be having some music being playing in the background and stuff. And we'll have the satellite and the radar and stuff, so you can kind of see where the rain is going, where the heaviest amounts of rain are at. But this is currently what we're watching. This is the latest right here. This is the latest update. As you can see, that line of showers moving, small line of showers. But right now there's no rain occurring over Aruba at the moment. But we are watching pockets of heavier rain developing farther away from Aruba that will be moving over Aruba. And also more heavier pockets of rain that will be moving over Bonaire and Curacao and Aruba again. So heavy rain is still expected over the next several hours and throughout really the entire day as the storm will be making landfall. I'm going to take a check and see what we got going on Twitter. Click on latest. 5 minutes ago, radar showing rain moving across the I don't know what ABC Islands means. I'm like trying to think, what do they mean by ABC Islands? By the islands of the northern Aruba, Bonaire, and Curacao. That makes sense. Northern Venezuela this morning as potential Tropical Cyclone Two approaches, localized flash flooding is possible. So again, here is the satellite imagery of it. And it won't let me like zoom in or whatever. But that's what we got right now with this storm. PTC Two is struggling to get to act together, and no concern for South Carolina. Wait, what? Oh, you must be a meteorologist for South Carolina. I was so confused. What's preventing this system from developing? We believe that it's speed. Is the reason this is taking so long is because it's moving so fast, and as a storm moves, the faster a storm moves, it can actually create its own wind sheared environment. I mean, low-level circulation and the mid-level circulations are moving at two different speeds, and they're trying to line up, but they can't because they're moving at two different speeds, and so it's not able to intensify because they're moving so fast. That was 19 minutes ago. This is in Spanish, so if you want to read that, you can. I didn't mean to like that, but whatever. I can't read it because I don't know how to. I don't know what it says. Yeah, that is what happened with us. I'm glad you brought that up. Hurricane Elsa last year was a very fast and rapid moving system, and it also kind of went through the same similar stuff happened with it also. God, I hate these ads. God, I feel like I can't do anything because there's so many flipping ads. So that's what we got right now. That small line of thunder of showers is beginning to make its way closer to Aruba. Alright, I'm gonna put some music on in the background, and I'm probably gonna go get something to eat. Continue to comment questions, concerns, and we will keep you updated and posted. Properties. want to do some more commentary here as we continue to watch the development of potential tropical cyclone number 2, producing lots of heavy thunderstorms and showers over those islands as it continues to make its way west. You can see some deeper thunderstorm activity farther to the north here. Right in this area, we're seeing some more of that heavy thunderstorm activity. More thunderstorms this way. They do appear to be moving in this direction, kind of around it. And I do think if that continues to happen, these two islands could probably get some more of that heavier rain here in the future as the storm continues to travel. As the thunderstorms continue to move off to the west and a little bit south. So I'll be closely monitoring that. The update from the National Hurricane Center is going to be coming out momentarily. In here in about the next 10 or so minutes. It has not come out yet, but we will definitely be giving you the latest update on that and what they really show with that. We're going to be looking at the radar, because the radar, they're going to actually be sending doing radar. I'm going to take a look at the, that's not there yet, Control F. Tropical tidbits. There are aircraft reconnaissance has not left quite yet, I don't believe, although that will be occurring shortly. Invest 95L is creating some more thunderstorm activity around the center of circulation. I do think it's trying to organize itself as quickly as it possibly can. Just a super duper fast couple minute update on this system. Can see that system is a lot more convection now, and it's starting to look a little bit better, but not the best. Lots of heavy rain and thunderstorm activity with that. Aircraft reconnaissance. I'm going to go to this other website and take a look at the Tropical Cyclone 2, potential Tropical Cyclone 2 here. Was it this? No, I'm not seeing really that, but here's what we got with the satellite right here, as you can see. Once you'll notice, you can really see it really starting to tighten up there at the very end. You can really see this bit of the storm starting to rotate a lot more. We have some comments in Spanish, I believe. If someone could help me translate that so I can help answer their question, that would be really good. I would really appreciate that. So this is where we will be getting reconnaissance data. Current recon. Right now there isn't, but we will be also be getting radar from reconnaissance. And we'll be closely monitoring that in the future too, as we continue to wait for this, because this is going to be very, very interesting. Once it does take off, we'll be tracking it as it makes its way towards Invest 95. currently there's so you're saying that making the total tropical look like the strong wind of 32 miles an hour, 109 miles an hour at the moment. Reported in the area a very strong wind in Jalisco credit zone and a very strong wind of 32 miles and 45 miles an hour. 30 to 45 miles an hour, I think is what you're trying to say. Per hour in the northern area of the island. 35 mile an hour winds per hour zones. Wow. So basically you're just saying that the winds are becoming a little bit stronger from what in your region. I do think that is occurring, and I do think the storm is becoming more intense and a little bit stronger as we are seeing more convection. As you can see, more thunderstorm activity is occurring in that area. Current storms, still watching potential Tropical Cyclone 2. I'm going to go back to the National Hurricane Center and see if we've gotten an update. It was at 8 a.m., 30 miles an hour, or 30 miles an hour, 40 mile an hour winds. Really nothing, haven't updated it yet. We're still waiting to see what they show because I haven't gotten anything yet. Current reconnaissance. We're just waiting for that to, what the heck? You can close off a tab like that. That's actually really cool. Nothing yet. Just gonna wait until we do get that. Until that, I'm going to be talking about and waiting for the latest update from the National Hurricane Center, which it is currently 9:55 right now a.m. Central Time. So we're just going to wait for that to for our next update from this to occur. Nothing yet. Here's the latest satellite imagery of potential Tropical Cyclone 2. You can see the rotation at the low levels of the atmosphere right in this area. So I do think the storm is becoming more organized, and we could see a tropical system be developed, and it might be designated as a tropical storm, and it would be named Bonnie if this does in fact happen. If it would be named Tropical Storm Bonnie if this does develop. But yeah, a lot more thunderstorm activity occurring right now. Alright, here's the latest update. 40 mile an hour winds. It is still a disturbance. Continue moving rapidly westward across the southern Caribbean Sea. Winds remain at 40 miles an hour, 65 kilometers an hour. And it's slowing down quite a bit. It's now moving west at only 24 miles an hour. Air pressure is now at 10 millibars. The disturbance continues to appear fairly well organized on satellite images with convective banding features noted over the northern portion of the system. However, low cloud motions from high-resolution visible satellite images and Curaçao radar observations suggest that the system does not have a closed circulation. A NOAA Hurricane Hunter aircraft is scheduled to investigate the disturbance this afternoon. The initial intensity estimated is around 35 knots, in agreement with the Dvorak estimate from the TAFB, and the system could become a tropical storm at any time today. So we are waiting for this to become a tropical system and to be designated as a tropical storm body. That's currently what we're waiting for right now. He says everything is shaking now into strong wind and tropical storm force, also in the areas of Puerto Rico. It says that the tropical storm warning, I think storm warning. He says videos of social networks of the cyclone that is happening on the coast of Venezuela. There's a video of Cyclone Bunny at the moment. Okay then. I'm gonna just take another update there. Invest 95 Bell at about 30 miles an hour. It has a very small chance, but the chance is still there. The system to develop, move west, and then it's expected to move north and make landfall here within the next 24 to 36 hours there on the coast of Texas. This does have a small possibility of developing into becoming something that is more developed and more organized, and that's something we're going to be closely watching here in the future if this does in fact occur. I don't think there's any reconnaissance yet. Currently, we're monitoring and just waiting to see when this is going to happen. When we're going to see aircraft reconnaissance happen. He says in the other row, a 30% chance increase. You can lie to the National Hurricane Center tomorrow, and you can lie more percent, up to 40% of drop development in the next 24 hours. The wave, we have a wave, and they are monitoring that has a 30% chance of development. What is not sure what you're trying to say here. Maybe there's a confusion of translation here, but so far what I'm reading here is not making any sense at all. Tropical Storm Bonnie in the next week behind Bonnie. It's not named Bonnie yet, but I do see what you're saying. Where the hurricane is going to happen is in Venezuela, and another system is just waiting for the system of it. So I think what you're saying is you do have Tropical Storm, potential Tropical Cyclone 2, which eventually would become Tropical Storm Bonnie. The storm behind it, let me just go to North Atlantic, just to help explain this a little bit better. So as you can see, we do have Tropical Storm Bonnie here, and we have like a tropical wave in this area. Also, you can kind of see the broad area of, very broad area of clockwise motion here. There's nothing I can do about that. Can't actually notice this system over here is rotating. And it is what it is with that. Reconnaissance has taken off. Alright. Refresh. Is it this one? Is it this? We're not sure which one to look for. Reconnaissance took off. NOAA 42 is the name of it. Is it NOAA 2 or NOAA 42? There's a NOAA 2 Kermit. It's gonna appear on Tropical Atlantic soon. We're just waiting for this to pop up. Any comments, questions, or concerns anybody has? My lord. There's so much here. I really is this person in the chat not making much sense with what he is saying, and so I'm not really sure what you're trying to tell me.
Can everybody hear you say that?
'There it is. Disturbance continues to move rapidly west across the southern Caribbean Sea. Yeah, still. There's this, which I honestly don't think this is a NOAA 2, but he said it's a NOAA 42. So I can look at this. Yeah, I know nothing. Nothing right now. We're just currently waiting. Do we NOAA 42? Alright, that's what we will wait for. $11 a.m. So that's currently where it's at. It literally looks like it hasn't moved any distance, honestly. You know, very little. But watches and warnings for the northern coast here. Going to continue to move west, and it's expected to be a strong tropical storm as it does approach Nicaragua. Nothing right now. Just currently waiting to see what we will get from this. It's taken quite some time. Latest satellite imagery of the storm, as you can see, actually looks like it's lost a lot of convection in the south portion of the system. Thousand. Yeah, right now we're just waiting for the Reconnaissance to load, and it hasn't. Doesn't show that it's here yet, and that right now we're just currently waiting to see when it's going. Whenever it loads up and it pops up, we will talk about it. But with what we have right now, I'm gonna go right back here, and as you can see, this is what we have right here as the storm continues to make its way to the west. Hello, how are you doing today? Welcome to the stream. Currently just watching this. Currently we're just watching the storm as it continues to make its progression off to the west. All right. Radar. 14,000 feet, 608 millibars. Wow. So this is still NOAA 2. Hold up. Maybe I have the wrong one. So this is NOAA 2, not NOAA 42. Currently the storm is. I don't know why it's not working. Vortex. Song. Recon. This. Radar. Oh, on your test system, still the same mission though. Okay, good. We're very okay. I don't know where we will actually be able to see view storm slice. This is very, very interesting. Time 1400. Oh, this is down here, 1500 BTC. 600 millibars, 4,000 feet. Sea surface pressure is 10-12 millibars. Temperature wise, wind speed.
Just go ahead, I'll go over my stuff. It's okay.
We will continue to watch and wait for the storm and for the airplane to get closer so we can get better radar, and we will actually eventually get radar for the storm, which will be great. Any comments, questions, or concerns? So then here's the system and what we are watching. There is some rod rotation still. Aircraft Reconnaissance is going to go down there and see if there is any, if they can find it close low. If they can't, then we will have a tropical storm on our hands. It will be named Bonnie. Tropical Storm Bonnie. That's what we're waiting for. Bruh. $4,000. Kate stop. I don't really know what this means. All messages. Aircraft is a Lockheed Orion. I don't know why I clicked on that. That's not gonna tell me anything. Oh wow. Oh, that's what it looks like. That's actually really cool. You can see here air pressure 600 millibars, 14,000 feet up. Sea surface pressure is at 1012.1 millibars. Follow Iona. Still no radar right now. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the radar will load later. That's mainly what I'm concerned about, so we get an idea of what we're looking at and dealing with. Well, something I can continue to talk about will be, this is what we are looking at with the storm. As you can see, there is still deep thunderstorm activity north of the storm, storm center, and those islands will certainly see heavier rain as the convection continues to move west and south and gets closer to those islands. The possibility of heavier thunderstorms is a very good possibility for sure. Um, really, it's the same kind of a threat that we're dealing with. Heavy rain, flooding. Is going to be the biggest threat with this storm. Not really a whole lot to talk about. It's really, we're really talking about the same stuff with the storm. It's all of the same stuff right here. Heavy rain, gusty winds. It's still very falling apart. We're gonna wait until we get more and better data on the storm to see what we have here. Yes, it will load later, but right now we don't have any rain. Recon, drop song, vortex. Currently where it's located, I can actually go back. Holy shit. So this is only around 14,000 feet up. Another thing is about 17,000 feet up. It is about 146 statute miles to the south-southeast of San Juan, Puerto Rico. So it's making its way down there. Right now as we speak. So if we look at the latest, you can see it's at around 17,000, 18,000 feet up. Not a whole lot. What is this? I don't know what D value means. They can't see me. Sea surface, SFMR peak 10-second wind is 26 knots. Estimated sea surface wind speed 30-second average is 25 knots, about 28 to 30 miles an hour. This. Okay. I'm gonna go back to the radar, just kind of show you what we have here with the radar, and not really a whole lot to talk about, but it is very important that we have. We will be having more radar once the storm gets closer, and that's gonna be very, very important for us, so we have an idea of what we're looking at. There we go, finally, aircraft reconnaissance freaking finally popped up here. It took freaking forever. So let's go here. You can kind of see where the storm is at. It's really far north, like 16 degrees north, and that's quite some ways to go. Could go all the way down there, like 10 to 11 degrees north. Yep. That's what we have right now. Refresh. Nothing's really, I don't really see too much going on here. They were gathering air pressure data, but they're no longer doing that right now. We're seeing 1,012 millibars, but we need to gather. At 3:13, do a refresh on this. Doppler radar with them, which is kind of crazy. Think about. Not a lot, you know, convection, thunderstorm activity. We're just waiting to get more interesting data that we would like. I'm like, oh, okay, observer. I think I'm gonna put the music back on and wait until something more interesting pops up.
Ray 104 will definitely go supernova sometime in the next few 100,000 years. supernova.
it be? In your eyes,
good morning, almost afternoon. We're going to take a look and see what we got here with the development of the potential tropical cyclone and see what aircraft reconnaissance has found with this storm. So we're going to do that right now and take a look and see what we got going on here. So I don't know if there's radar yet. No, not showing nothing. And I'm going to do a little refresh on this. Damn, look at these winds that they're finding. Holy shit, bro. Holy fucking shit. Holy fucking shite. They did drop one. Let me look at number 5 and see what we got looking at here. So if you look here, still about 14 millibars at the surface. The winds are at east-northeast at 23 miles an hour, 23 knots. If we look up here, you can in fact see that the temperature at the surface, 28 degrees centigrade. The relative humidity through the lower level of the atmosphere is above 70%, above 80%. At the low levels of the atmosphere, that's anywhere from the surface all the way to 850 millibars, which is about 5,280 feet above the sea level. You can clearly see that. You can see the height, 3,100 meters, at 700 millibars. The humidity is a little bit lower at 54%. So the humidity in the mid-levels of the atmosphere isn't the best, but it's all right. So that's what we're looking at right now with this storm and with this system right now. Now that we're looking at here. Lord, let's see what we got here. When will it give it a name? They will give this system a name. I'm going through all the comments, questions, and concerns. This storm will be given its name when it gets, when they find a closed low center of circulation. When the low level and the low level part of the atmosphere and the mid level circulation, the low level circulation, they go on top of each other essentially. When one's on top and one's on the bottom, and they're stacked on top of each other. And they're stacked vertically. Vertical stacking is what you need for a tropical cyclone to just develop properly. And once you get that, then usually you can get a tropical system named. But right now, though, it's moving so fast that it's not able to stay stacked. It's all over the place. And so the mid-level circulation is in one spot, and you have the low-level circulation in a completely different spot. And right now, they don't have that right now. They don't have a low-level circulation that is able to be defined because of how fast this storm is still moving. If O2L not given a name, I would be upset. I mean, it should. I mean, if we have a 60, 70 mile an hour potential tropical cyclone, I think that would be an entire record in and itself. If we our potential tropical hurricane, question mark, potential tropical hurricane. When it reaches the Gulf of Venezuela, it will make a significant organization. I do believe that it will become more well-defined, it will become more well-developed as it reaches that part, and it will become a more developed tropical system. It will be more convective, it will be more conducive for tropical cyclone development. Plus, it will also be able to intensify. There'll be more deep thunderstorm activity, the winds will be stronger, and I think by that time, it's going to already be classified as a tropical cyclone. At least that's what I'm predicting. It should be already classified as tropical. It would be named Tropical Storm Bonnie in that case. Now, if this overachieves and becomes a hurricane, not expected, but if it does, we will definitely keep y'all updated. And Friday afternoon into the evening, when it is expected to make landfall, we will definitely be doing live coverage of Tropical Storm Bonnie, if that is the name, if it does get named, when it does make landfall in Nicaragua, southern Nicaragua, northern Costa Rica. So these are not allowed here. I really don't want to report all this. Just gonna hit remove. And hit remove. But the question of we're going to go Venezuela, I'd say the storm may not organize significantly there, but maybe some organization may occur. And, you know, like not particularly super fast organization, but I do think we will see general, moderate, what the kind of organization you would honestly expect. Yeah. I'm gonna have to can I put them in timeout? I don't even know what to do. I don't know how to. I don't know how to remove this person. I'm trying my best. Oh wait, what if I click on their name? Oh, there we go. Hide user on this channel. Perfect. There we go. I kind of sort of figured it out. Yeah, I reported him, and he will no longer be able to message here. He will no longer, or they will no longer be able to post messages here, and you will not be able to see the messages on this channel. So that is that. I reported him 5 times. All right, let's continue and talking about what we are dealing with and talking about with this system. God dang, the air pressure in this system is high. Look how high that is, maybe 10, 17 millibars at its lowest. I mean, that is just super duper high air pressure. We actually dropped drop zones at 10, 19 millibars. I'm like, man, it's kind of high. Put user in timeout. And I'm going to report it. Report. Does anyone have any comments, questions, or concerns? Are you serious? Dude, this shit is, air pressure is so high, it's not even freaking hilarious. Dumb. They're still getting into that system there. I do want to look at this. As you can see, they are finding much stronger winds at only 34 knots or 40 knots, but now they're finding winds of about 45 knots. Now they're reporting winds there of around 45 knots, about 50 miles per hour, which is starting to get way up there. So the storm is, as you can see, aircraft reconnaissance has found winds much stronger in the system than they were reporting, than they were showing at the last update at 10 a.m. The next update from the National Hurricane Center will be at 1 p.m. Central Time, 2 p.m. Eastern Time, at about 1800 UTC. We will keep giving you all the latest updates on this storm. Okay, why are they not going into the low pressure like this center? Well, they're trying to. I think they're trying to measure and look at the mid-level circulation and just take a look at what kind of winds that we'll be getting with the storm. With this, I'm going to do a refresh here and see what any latest things we're getting here. And I'm very, very curious to see what all the air. I wonder if they're going to drop a drop zone down there into the center of the storm, and that would give us an idea of how low the air pressure is. Right now they're saying 1,010 to 1,009 millibars. I do think later tonight it will be upgraded to a tropical storm. That's what I think. Right now it has just sort of been a tropical. Right now it's been tropical disturbance to a tropical wave. With those winds have been tropical storm force at about 40 miles per hour. Storm in Invest 95L. They're investigating that system. Looks very, very disorganized, as you can clearly tell just based on that satellite imagery. Here is the latest radar here, or this latest satellite imagery for Invest 94L or Tropical O2L. As you can see, it doesn't look very good. It has lost a lot of its convection. We're seeing little small flare-ups, but nothing super big, nothing super huge or really crazy at this time. But we're going to continue to see, you know, heavy wind, rain, gusty winds from this storm. I do want to go over to Zoom Earth and take a look at the radar and take a look at the rain and see what we got going on over here in terms of rain. Okay. Left satellite. %, there, as you can see. The winds have increased to 30 miles per hour, I think, with that air pressure being down to about 1,014 millibars. If I put this on play, you can kind of see the rotation of this storm. As you can see, it's still very, very broad. Nothing is very, very well defined right now with this storm. Everything's very, very broad. Nothing super has really tightened up. Nothing has a close low or anything like that. Very, very loose with this system. Oh, this is so glitchy. It sort of is. So that's what we got. Nothing super tight. Nothing looks very, very well defined at this moment in time. If we move all the way down here, and we look at this satellite here, we're going to be able to see that. You can see if this, oh, hold up, I don't want, okay. Labels, tropical storms. I'm going to wait for this to load again. Takes a while. So as you can see, there is some thunderstorm. You can't see the rotation right here. We do think the low level circulation is right in this area. Right here, you can certainly see the storm rotating. Nothing really crazy again with the rotation, but we do have light rain mainly moving over in this area. Nothing super moderate at this time, which is good. Moving over Bonaire, Caraco, I believe. Oh Lord, it's freezing up on me again. What I'm going to do here is I'm just going to completely do this and see if that is better in terms of what we have right now. It literally just started freezing up like crazy, and I don't really want that right now. Not what I want. Looks fine now. There we go. It looks a little bit better now with what we have. There we go. That's a little bit better. So, not a lot going on right now in terms of what we're seeing right now. Very calm with the conditions in this area. Does anyone have any comments, questions, or concerns regarding the development of potential Tropical Cyclone 2 or Tropical or Invest 95L? If anyone has any questions, I will answer them. I think I'm probably going to end this here pretty soon. See if anyone wants to join the stream, so then that would be a little bit better to make this stream just a little bit more interesting. We're going to wait for the next update to come out because currently that's still about 50 minutes or so out from now. until roughly the next update comes out. And that's kind of what we're going to wait for. We're going to wait for the next update from the National Hurricane Center to come out. And I'm going to kind of explain what I think is going on with that system. Talk a little bit about the rain, the gusty winds, and really what the conditions are going to look like. There. Questions about anything that we have up here. Do you think... Oh, okay. So, but yes, I do think that later tonight this could be upgraded to a tropical storm. If they do find a closed low-level center of circulation, this would then be upgraded to a tropical storm. And I will, but regardless, I will continue to talk about the development of this here in the future. So they are getting closer and farther in with this system. 10, 17 millibars, which is freaking high. Average air pressure at sea level is about 1013, 1013.2, 1013 millibars, roughly. But it's this system right here. I mean, they found a wind of over 45 knots, which is actually kind of crazy. I haven't done anything with the air pressure lately here with this system. This should be drop zone at number 6. Still finding about air pressures 10-13 millibars at the surface. They have found much stronger winds. I don't honestly know where they're going right now. They're now heading northeast. I don't know where they're going, but okay. Don't have a lot of other comments to bring with this system, but the music back on, since there's really not a whole lot of other things to talk about right now. Just going to continue watching the development of this tropical system as it continues making its way to the west. afternoon. This has been a very long stream today. We do appreciate all the support, but I do think I'm going to close this off for today. And I may still do an update later this evening, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock or so. I am noticing a little bit more convection starting to flare up once again. And it's just the general process. There's a lot of flare up, and then it just kind of calms down and then it flares up again. But yeah, that's me for today, guys. Thank you guys for joining. Thank you guys for watching and everything. I do highly appreciate it. But that's me. I do appreciate it, but that's it for today, guys. Have a wonderful rest of your afternoon, and I'll talk to you guys later tomorrow. If you have any other comments, questions, or concerns, put in the chat. You can DM me on Instagram, links in the description, and you can DM me you can email me at hurricanewatchteam@gmail.com. So that being said, have a wonderful rest of your afternoon, and peace out.